Alright, I'm back. So, looks like I've been putting off doing MSQ on my alt for some time, so I think I'm gonna complete MSQ and then it is reset, so... Update stream. So I slept in this morning. I didn't go to bed until like midnight. And I decided to sleep until 10, so it's a little bit of a late start, but what can you do? Sometimes it happens. Alright, let's see. So, as I was getting ready for stream, the light in my bathroom, or actually our bathrooms, decided to go out. Have no idea what happened, but it's fixed, I guess, for now. We'll see how long that lasts. Alright, the airship Neutrino is prepared for launch. As turbulence is expected, it is recommended that passengers do not board immediately after a repast. Hey, where's that turbulence? The longest walk ever. I mean, at least everything looks a little comforting. It's kind of like, I don't know, Italy, Vienna, a little bit. Why, if it isn't our new friends, thanks again for making short work of our foes. If you've gone to the trouble of seeking me out, I can only assume it's for a good reason. You want to help me? Odd, but I'll consider it. Before anything else, though, I must insist you drink our signature remedies, Sleepless, Rhapsody. Everyone's a fan. Is this an energy drink? You may find it the teeniest touch too sour for your taste, but it'll set you all right. Just tip it down your throat.
Well, what do you think? It's a traditional Malala recipe.
Where's my ...
No need to pretend. I'm not that thin-skinned. Just do your best to keep it down.
I'm put in mind of the gelatin I had at the studium. Nutritious, they assured me.
I can relate all too well. It's not unlike the syrup Leader used to make. Black as pitch and sour as sin. Though, there's no better cure for fatigue.
You know, Raha, going to bed at a reasonable hour would be the best cure. Oh, that's... I do feel shockingly refreshed.
Perhaps it stimulates the body's ability to process ether and hastens regenerative functions.
Indeed, it does. It also counteracts some of the effects of excess lightning, and helps to calm the nerves besides.
Which is why you serve it whenever there's a breach in the barrier.
Our Malala ancestors came from the lushest of lands, so they developed all sorts of natural remedies. We strive to carry on their traditions. And I'm sure you see why. Really hits the spot, doesn't it? Now, welcome to Treno.
I forgot to introduce myself, didn't I? Well, I'm Lummel. That was me announcing our victory earlier, and since Grandmother sent you to help with repairs, you know I'm her grandson. I'm in charge of resolving any problems the people of Treno may have. My favorite kinds of work include taste testing menu items, carrying medium-sized objects, searching for lost possessions of immense value. Those all sound reasonable. And oh, and it's a pleasure to make your acquaintance. Lummel's not yet ready to release you to the sweet meditations of manual labor. Meditations of manual labor. Never. Ah, yes, the repairs. Are you certain you want to be put to work? If you've come all the way out to visit us, you must have more important things in mind, and you've already helped protect the city. Actually, our goal is to ascertain the present state of the Mist Continent. The whole continent? Did you come from across the sea? Not exactly. We've actually come from Alexandria. Alexandria? Are you quite sure? No, sorry. Of course you're sure. It would be rude of me to doubt you. It's not every day that we get visitors, let alone from a nation that's up and vanished. I know that it must come as something of a shock, but this is our first time in Treno, and we should like to get to know the city and its people. That is why we propose lending a hand to those in need. I see. In that case, why don't you help distribute this remedy to the rest of our people? Ordinarily, everyone would have already come for a cup, but the fiends made quite a mess this time. Might be a while before some can step away from their work. Never fear, though. Even if their hands are busy, they'll be more than happy to spare a few words for fascinating folks from afar. We would appreciate that. Thank you, Lummel. You're the ones doing me a favor, honestly. Here, take this batch. Yay, some poison grog. I'll deliver some to Town Hall. You can attend the areas you haven't seen yet. If we split up, we can spend more time speaking with the locals while ensuring everyone receives the remedy promptly. Could you each take a portion? I too should be glad to dole out a few servings. Wonderful, let me divide this up. Now you do it all. Just do all the work for me. I've had enough of these fetch quests over the years. Why don't you make the rounds to the southern part of the city? Raha and I shall tend to the north. Right, let's go and acquire some insights. But we've been through here. We helped destroy it. Thoughtless laborer. You must be one of those visitors Lummel mentioned. Odd place to be visiting, though. Here's some tea and shut up. Oh, you came to deliver the remedy. Thank you kindly. I was hauling beast carcasses in for processing and copped a good dose of discharge energy for my troubles. It brought on the Levin sickness, something fierce. Still, we don't go hunting outside the barrier, so we don't want to waste any parts of the creatures that find their way in. Else, they're highly charged with lightning ether, are most valuable, of course. Tan them with the right stuff, and you can turn them into protective clothing that keeps you from getting zapped. The beasts you felled will be put to good use. Thanks again. Yeah, but I wonder if they eat them. Do they eat them also? That doesn't sound very good. Reflective fighter. You're that mighty monster slayer I saw earlier. It's an honor. Have some tea and hush. While I sip my own tea. I woke up this morning with just a sore throat. I don't know. It's probably because I went out last night for like an hour or two, but it was cold outside, so who knows. And you brought Sleepless Rhapsody. Bless you, I'm dead on my feet after the battle. We don't usually have that many beasts breaking through at once. Practice keeps one's skills sharp, though, so in a way, I'm glad for it, and I learned a thing or two from watching you. Really? What did you learn? Some magic? Oh, I can hardly wait to get to work on my grimoire. I have a number of ideas for improving geometries. The thoughtful application of new learning is what keeps our ancestors' magic alive and flourishing. I have to clean my glasses. Does anyone else glasses wears and their glasses are typically perpetually dirty? Because that'd be me. And that's why I have 7 pairs of the exact same one. I'll just switch them out typically pretty quickly. Wear a clean pair, and then I'll get to the other ones. Actually, you know which ones I know is pretty good, pretty clean? My Ray-Bans, but it's alright. Diligent Inspector. There's a fresh face if I ever saw one. And what's that in your hand? It's some shut up tea. Oh, don't mind if I do. Safety inspections take priority, but the battle doesn't feel over until I've had a cup of sleepless rhapsody. I'm proud to say that I have some small part in preparing it too. The herbs come from my very own garden. Or growery? Is it growery? Let me check. Growery, that's right, because they don't really have gardens in this place. They have these like leaven, like these groweries essentially with like artificial light. One of the greatest discoveries of our time is that the seeds carried in by invading creatures can be cultivated into remarkable plants. Plants with the potential to mitigate the lightning effects. And with as many hides as we have this time, not to mention the stomachs, oh gosh, what do you guys do with that? It's entirely possible we'll find new varieties of herbs among our harvest. Oh gosh, you're gonna go inside of the stomachs? To each their own. Malala sound gross. Just kidding. They're working with what they have, so... Did they even move? Let's see what they have to say. Between the three of us, we ought to have covered every area apart from Lummel's. One of the people I spoke with asked me to pass something along to him, but he hasn't returned yet. In the meantime, shall we discuss what we've learned? I suppose. Yes, Kryl.
Fascinating. I appreciate your thoroughness in recounting the details. I too learned much, as I helped to treat the injured's wounds. The Malala's curative magics appear identical to Sphne's. This means that either her tutor was a Malala as well, or that the art had spread all throughout the Ninth. Then there are the symbols and tomes, which are highly reminiscent of Arcanima. If these elements indeed originated with the arcane geometries of the South Sea Isles, as in the source, 'tis curious that they have developed in so similar a manner on this shard.
Mind you don't share that with any other graduates of the Faculty of the Arcane, lest they beat you to publication.
Did you learn aught of note, Raha?
I spoke with one of Treno's storekeepers about how they obtain their supplies. Though they are few and far between, other settlements yet exist on the Mist Continent, with a rail system facilitating the flow of goods between them. Unfortunately, barrier breaches trigger an emergency failsafe on the main line, so the train is presently stopped at a midway point until operations can resume. There are also maritime routes, but they see only occasional use. Often, as now, Treno must make do with what is to hand.
In addition to this constant state of scarcity, much of Treno's populace suffers from Levin sickness, not to mention the frequent attacks on the city and the resulting casualties. Yet everyone we've spoken with seems undaunted by these hardships. They are not only surviving, they are happy in spite of it all.
Where there is life, there is hope. And when one believes in a better future, a tomorrow even the slightest bit brighter than today, there is naught to be done but build it. Until, stone by stone, the city rises.
A noble city with noble purpose.
Oh,
Is aught the matter, Lummel?
I think I've dropped something and now I can't find it anywhere. I'm doomed.
Oh, is it this by chance? While I was distributing the remedy, I was asked to pass it along to you.
Yes! That's it! Yes! I'm not doomed.
Is that a tracking device?
You've a keen eye for technology. This thing picks up on the ether of the creatures that get through the barrier.
That explains how you knew when they'd been vanquished.
Exactly. It shouldn't show anything now, but I can switch it on like so.
that's a digivice. I hate to admit it. As much as my dislike goes for Lalafell, Lummel's pretty adorable.
No, she's going to kill me! Say, how'd you like to meet my sister Ayane? She's an electrope engineer, so she knows all sorts of interesting stuff.
I take it she also built that device.
Oh yes, that's my sister. She's a genius. Everyone says so. And she won't kill me in front of other people. Probably. I mean, wouldn't it be interesting to watch her work? Maybe you can even help. It'd be, you know, edifying? Please! I beg you! Please!
Yes, we'll go meet your sister to go fix it so she doesn't kill you.
I suppose that's that then.
Look at, he's so happy. Button mash until it works. Or breaks, I guess. One wonders how fearsome this Ayane truly is. If Trino's barrier is similar in design to Alexandria's, should we assume that electrope technology is standard here as well? Good questions. Lummel is vibrating with nervous energy. Nah, it's just the electricity, all the leaven. At the moment, Ayane should be waiting just past the park. Let's be off before anyone changes their mind. Where's the park? Map. Oh, so it's just around the corner. Let's see if their dialogue has changed. I like to check sometimes. Whenever we meet an engineer from a distant land, I can't help but wish to introduce them to our friends at the ironworks. Such a firestorm of questions there would be. You know, that's true. We have not heard from Sid Galon in a little bit. The ironworks crew, Biggs, Wedge, like any of them. And Kryl says, Lummel is sweating rather profusely. Oh man, let's ask him. Breathe in, breathe out. Uh-oh. Ayane.
Ah, our visitors. Thanks for lending a hand earlier, but what brings you here?
The Digivice broke.
Lummel, what did you do?
You know that, advanced monster tracking, what's it? It may be a teeny tiny bit,
You broke it again? How many times must I tell you that we're running low on electrope? I'm an engineer, not a bloody miracle worker.
Oh, you made him sad. Apology time.
I beg your forgiveness. I'm on my knees and everything, see?
Oh, be nice to him. He's so sweet.
And since we have guests, can't you let it slide? Just this once?
She's like, blast.
He dragged you here just so I wouldn't tan his hide, didn't he? You'd never believe he's the elder sibling. I'm so sorry.
Please, don't be. We're glad for the opportunity to meet you. And Lummel mentioned that you might have some work we could assist with.
There are guests, Lummel, not servants. Must we have the manners talk again?
Yeah, that's right. Yell at him. He
Please
put us to
don't
work.
misunderstand. We asked to help, that we might learn what life is like in Treno. And with your expertise, we also hoped you could tell us more of how the city utilizes electrope.
If that's the way of it, then I'd be happy to share what I know.
When you spoke earlier, it sounded as if Treno had little electrope to spare. It's difficult to procure, I take it.
We never have as much as we need. And much of what we do have is repurposed. Well, you'll find me digging through the scrap heap whenever some vital device or another breaks down. Repairing that old barrier should be our highest priority. But we just don't have enough electrope on hand to do a proper job.
And the longer we go without access to the mine, the worse it'll get. If only we could scare those beasts away.
Did we not pass through a mine on the way here?
Just the one! Incredible!
So, the mine is safe for mining again? Hooray!
Leave the mining to your big brother. All you have to do is fix the tracker.
Yes, very well. If you go, do be careful. And once you get the machinery up and running, make sure to send some electrope over to the barrier service station.
Though we've cleared the mine, there is no telling what else waits outside the barrier. Shall I accompany you?
I'm so glad you asked. Seriously, I don't know what I'd do if I'd had to go alone.
Become food.
As we did pass through but recently, I expect Raha can keep him safe without our help. In the meantime, shall we assist Ayane with her repair work?
Alright, let's see what Cryo has to say. They put one in mind of another pair of siblings we know, don't they? Yeah. Little Alfie is a little timid like that. He's not his smug self that he used to be. Because I think the Crystal Braves broke him. And he's not so sure and confident, cocky, smug as he used to be. And Alizé, she's always had a temper, like, from the very beginning. And she's still pretty aggressive. So absolutely, there's a definite connection there between the two. But I like it, though. You know, the only difference is, I suppose, maybe these two aren't twins? I don't know. It's hard to tell. Can't age Lalafels. Or, sorry, Malalas. They probably age differently as well. I entirely forgot to ask your names. Do forgive me. I'm Cryo, and this is Popanad. Accompanying Lummel is Grahatia, our own technology enthusiast. Yeah, and bookworm. It's lovely to meet you. It feels strange putting you to work, but I'd be lying if I said I didn't need the help. In the wake of an event like this, I presume a great deal of labor is required to restore everything to working order. ... The volume of fixes that need making is one matter, but I can handle it if it weren't for these legs of mine. The paralysis flares up at the worst times, I swear. Okay, that sounds like hell. I can manage a bit of shuffling from one station to another on a good day, but I usually leave racing around the city to my brother. Yeah, and he's fast enough for it too. With him off to the mine, though, someone needs to take care of the lightning sprites. They're drawn to the discharge ether of slain creatures. I'd offer you the detector to make tracking them down easier, but seeing as Lummel has managed to break it yet again... I do have this, though. Toss some at a sprite, and you can suppress its ability to sense ether nearby. That usually gets them wandering out of the city, towards more fertile ground. So we needn't fight them? We find it safer not to. When threatened, they'll siphon energy from facilities we need to keep our medical services running, or emit bursts that overload nearby systems. They sound treasonous terrorists. They're just there to antagonize you guys. For the same reason, I recommend you stick to thoroughfares that will allow you to spot them well in advance. I would hate for you to be injured while helping us. Understood. Well, we'll want to split up again to cover more ground. Are you ready to go? Silent nod. I appreciate the help. I'll be here working on the detector while you're away. Detector. Digivice. I'm convinced. I actually really miss, like, Digivices and stuff. So, like, when I was younger, I really liked Tamagotchi. And then I remember some of the other ones that they had, but I know I was really, really into Digimon growing up. And those Digivices were so cool. I don't know. I guess it was just the technology at the time, but I was like, man, this is so cool. And you can connect them and battle each other. It's pretty awesome. All right, vantage point. Maybe this might be a little better. Let's see if there's anything else around here. Nope, nothing. Nothing on here. Another vantage point. What's the vantage, though? Though you scan the area thoroughly, you see no lightning sprites. Who are you? Oh, I don't know you. Hello, please don't be offended, but this part of the street is off limit. Not only to you, of course. It's just that there's a lot of damage, and it's dangerous for anyone to pass at the moment. In general, you should probably stay away from any of the streets that are in need of repair. Just a suggestion, but please do. We like danger, though. Vantage point. That's the ticket. Look at it. They're just lurking. Lightning sprites. The time to test your tossing arm has arrived. Yeah, piss off. Let's go back this way. Look at this, a little tent. There's light. Can I go inside? Oh my god! Look at the little Malala doors. I've never noticed this before. It's a little Malala door. That's cute. They're on every house. I guess they're probably built this way so like when they're sold, it could be... But I haven't seen any other non-Malalas around. Koimi, are you enjoying the flowers? What we plant doesn't always bloom, but I think lifting everyone's spirits is more than worth the effort to find the seeds that we do, or that do. Nevertheless, I'm relieved these weren't trampled by the beasts. They took ages to get looking this healthy. Well, it is a morale booster, looking at something a little live. Iane. You're back. Were there many sprites? Just a handful on your route, then. Could be worse. Still, it's important to keep the city free of them. We are much obliged. Night World silver pieces, please. Iane. Iane seems concerned for Cryle. Trial is taking a while. Being new to the city, if something were to happen, she wouldn't know where to go for help. Would you check on her? She started off in the direction of Town Hall. Maybe. Though there are several diminutive folk about, none appears to be Kryl. Perhaps one of them has spotted her passing through. I mean, we could have started with that. Affable local. You're looking a mite lost there, lad. Aught I can help with? Yeah, you can tell me how to get that sweet mustache. Have you seen a woman in a yellow hood? That's more descriptive. I presume you mean Kryl. Had a grand old chat with her earlier. Yeah, she constantly cosplays as a kitty girl. Not to mention she loved my hide. Not to mention she saved my hide. Can't believe I missed that lightning sprite till it was right on top of me. It's thanks to her that I got out unscathed. Gosh, I mean, you guys are met with constant danger all the time. You would assume that some of you guys would be able to have some offensive capabilities. It's like you're protecting yourselves all the time, but like no one knows how to fight in case of danger. I feel like this would be a chance that these people could be wiped out should the wrong beast come around. Anyway, a bit awkward, striking up a conversation after that, and it'd be a while since I talked to anyone I haven't known my whole life. She's a kind lass, good at putting folks at ease, like Miali. I quite enjoyed her telling her about the city. When we were done chatting, she went off towards the canal. Had a touch of melancholy about her, though, and I wasn't sure why. I think I know why. Didn't think it was something I said, but I knew that if it was, saying more wouldn't help, so I let her go. I reckon she'd welcome the company of a good friend right now. Is that the auction house? Looks like the auction house.
Ah, were you looking for me? I only intended to sit down for a moment, but I must have lost track of time. Will you lend me your ear?
It's long enough.
The source and the ninth. Someday I will have to decide which one to call home. The thought has lingered like a storm cloud in my mind. I've tried to ignore it. Remind myself that we have more important matters to contend with. But I cannot keep drifting between these worlds forever. When I first learned the truth of my past, I assumed it would have no bearing on my future. The Source was my home, and the students of Baldessian my purpose. But after meeting my parents, it struck me that to simply choose the Source would be to abandon them. And not only them, but a home I could have loved, had my life gone as it should have. That is why I had to learn more of this place, and the me I could have been. I feel even less certain than before. Though we are strangers to them, these people have welcomed us as if we are their own. It's like speaking with old friends. And knowing now the challenges they face, what would it say about me if I just left them behind and returned to the Source? Is that who I am? Who I was meant to be? Or is this where I belong?
Now, I did think about this before because she brings up two good points. Now, she is technically a Malala and she's from here, but who's to say that her journey, her life wasn't meant to be as it was when her parents, you know, put her elsewhere where there was no danger, when they could. And I can see how the Source is and has been her home for her whole life. However, she does have, I suppose, technical blood ties here in the 9th anyway. And, you know, we've lost people before. We lost Yida. I suppose if you didn't play 1.0, but we lost Yida, and Lise, her sister, took up her place as Yida, I suppose. There's like a debate about that, actually, because it did sound like Yida in the beginning of 2.0. And there's debate that, you know, Yida had passed away, and secretly Lise took up Yida's, you know, mantle and pretended to be as such, because she's completely different. And, you know, we lost Papa Limo, unfortunately, but, you know, Lise eventually was lost. We lost, you know, Monbrita, even though she really wasn't, you know, a part of the story, unfortunately, but you know, the presence of her still lingers on in the story. And I don't think it would be so terrible if, you know, Cryo decided to be home. You know, home is where you make it, but it feels like she has like a conflicting issue where she's like, you know, I want to be here, but at the same time I wouldn't want to go back to the Source and abandon everyone here, or vice versa. But I don't know, it's a lot to think about. I mean, I would say, you know, hey, well, she was at the Source all of her life. Maybe she can make a big difference here with all of her experience in the 9th. But, you know, that's some of my thoughts. I have several about this, but I feel like a part of her misses home, and she's just she's trying to find familial ties. Place where she belongs, a place, I'll quote the song, a place where she will return to someday. But, you know, who knows? Thank you for listening. I'm a little less afraid to face the answer now, whatever it may be. And when I find it, I hope you'll be there. But we've kept Iane waiting long enough. Let's hurry back. I personally would not hate it if Kryl did want to be, back with her people in a world that she was supposed to be in, had her life played out, differently. Let's see what she says. Trifling though it was, I feel that the work we've done has helped me gain a better understanding of Trino. The countless small actions taken by myriad people every day are what make a place what it is, after all. And also too, if anyone remembers like Kryl's story when she was first introduced, and like she's been off doing things all by herself like this whole journey. And that's, that's not fair. Remember when she was in Eureka? I mean, it's like she was all by herself researching out there. And it's like, well, does she like being alone, or it seems like she really wants to be with, people like her. Iane, I'm glad you're both back safe and sound. Now we can relax until my brother does the same. With your friend escorting him, he can't get himself into too much trouble. Excuse me. Unless he tumbles down the stairs into town again, I suppose.
That reminds me. The structures near the barrier all seem to be designed for Milala. Is there a reason that those in the center of the city are so much larger?
Oh yes. The center is the oldest part of Treno, built by the Hune and the Eldite before the Milala came.
Ah, there's our answer.
Treno predates the Milala's arrival.
The mayor at the time was kind enough to take our ancestors in, and gave them leave to establish their own residential quarter.
Yet I have seen naught but Milala since we came to the city. Where did the other peoples go?
Alexandria. In the closing days of the storm surge, when death and destruction were everywhere, they believed it would be safer. Treno didn't have a barrier at first, you see. But one of our industrious brethren had served as tutor in the royal household, and returned to us with knowledge of the barrier's design. It's thanks to him that the city survives to this day.
Might I ask a more personal question? We previously uncovered some records pertaining to the Milala's past. In them, it was written that the Milala left their paradise of eternal summer when a great calamity froze their isles. Understandably, all were not content to leave their homeland behind. Some attempted to return using the same power that had brought them here, but they found the way closed to them. Never again has the golden path opened that allowed their ancestors to flee to safety. Tell me, were that golden path to open once more, and you were to find the Milala homeland restored to its former glory, would you go back?
I'd certainly like to see that paradise of eternal summer for myself. Who wouldn't? But it wouldn't be going back. After all, my one and only home is here. Treno, this run-down, beat-up, beautiful city.
You truly love it, don't you?
Do you know what the speaker said when the Milala came to this place? O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. We never forgot those words. Not my ancestors, nor my grandmother, nor my brother and me. That boundless optimism, that communal spirit, that is Trenno. No matter what comes or how hard it gets, we'll choose joy over fear and stand together. There's nowhere else I'd rather be.
Nowhere else you'd rather be. Perhaps it really is as simple as listening to your heart.
Grandmother used to tell us stories of the Malala homeland all the time, but it was part where the ocean froze over that always fascinated me most. The vast open sea turned to ice. Imagine! Yeah. That'd be the fourth umbral calamity? Kyle is speculating as to the cause of your allies' delayed return. Earlier, you said that your brother couldn't get into too much trouble if he was with Raha, but how much trouble is that precisely? One would think they ought to have returned by now. Conversely, I hadn't expected to see the two of you again so soon. I take it Miali's curiosity is sated for the moment. I gave her a brief account of the situation in Alexandria, as well as events involving the key. She was most interested in the latter. In fact, it seems she knew of the relic long before we did, and wishes to discuss it with everyone. Would you be able to join us? Anything for you, Y'shtola. I should love to go straight away, but we are awaiting Raha's return. As we speak, Miali herself is making her rounds through the city. We have time. Go find the babies, I guess. With Raha's curiosity and, I would say, Nummel's sporadicness, they probably got lost along the way looking at things. Who knows? Alright, let's see what Sphene says. I have in mind to re-establish diplomatic relations with Trenno, but it goes without saying that there are logistical challenges given our respective locations. The least of these is that any travel would require passage through Tural. To begin with, I shall have a consult with Gossan and the Vow of Resolve. Yeah, that might be a little logistical issue. Y'shtola? I wasn't certain if we would divulge any information concerning the key, but Alexandria's present location is difficult to explain without mentioning it. Fortunately, it turned out for the best. Kyle, you're thinking. If the Malala arrived at Trenno immediately after fleeing the source, I can understand how the mayor might be privy to knowledge of the key, particularly when the mayor is a Malala herself. That is true. And Iane. Alexandria, the kingdom past the mountains, the one that vanished? I'd wondered where you lot came from, but that wasn't my first guess, or my fifth for the matter. Doesn't look like anyone else is around, so destination.
We're back! The mine is in working order, I'm pleased to say. Electrope is being delivered for the barrier even as we speak.
Joy. He's too adorable to not like.
Regaling the mayor?
We have. Though she has her own story to tell. Of the key, in fact. We thought you might like to join us at the...
This is an evacuation alert. All citizens, please proceed to emergency shelters. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters. The Doom train is approaching. Repeat, please proceed to emergency shelters.
The Doom train? Wasn't that one of Lindblom's weapons of war?
Here to take us all
We
to
know
hell.
of it. I've never seen it myself, but according to Zelenia, it was an armored vehicle used to transport war beasts to the front. In order to prevent them from running wild ere their deployment, a powerful arcane entity was housed in the engine.
The end of the war didn't slow it one bit. Quite the contrary. Fueled by lightning ether, it's been speeding across the continent ever since. The Doom train and its beasts bring death and destruction everywhere it goes. It's a veritable calamity on rails. It passed near Trenno some years ago, claiming many lives, including our parents.
Oh.
I must go and repair the barrier as swiftly as possible. Without it, we haven't got a chance.
You can't be serious! You'll never finish in time, and you'll be right in its path.
I have to try. For Trenno.
Yane, no!
He said no.
It seems my services are required once more.
I'll go with you. Perhaps my knowledge of Electrope will be of use.
I wish I were a fighter like you two. Keep her safe, will you? Please?
While destroying the Doom train would be preferable, we should seek to delay its advance at the very least.
You can't be thinking of fighting it head-on. That's madness.
What will you say? Trust me, we can handle this. We have no other choice. Well, now I have to do it. Sounds about right.
If your mind is made up, there may be a way. There's a freight depot not far from us. We can use the train that's stopped there.
Raha mentioned that before, did he not?
The Doom train will have to pass through the depot to reach Trenno. And since the evacuation alert was only just triggered, we might be able to reach it first.
So we commandeer this freight train, match our speed to the enemy's, and use it as a platform from which we launch a sustained counter-offensive. Is that your proposal?
It'd be better than trying to smash the bloody thing before it runs us all over. And if it might save Yane, I'll do whatever it takes.
You better.
Let me drive the train. That will leave you free to concentrate on the fight.
Lumel.
I need to grab a few things. Meet me by the gate.
Well, it is not in our nature to stand idle at times like this. We should first consider how best to apply our individual skills. If anyone can stop a speeding weapon of war, it is Popanod. But we must also recognize the threat posed by its company of beasts. If its influence is so powerful that, even as it barrels ahead, enthralled creatures continue to follow it, then the train may well gather additional minions as it draws near. There's no telling how many will charge Trino's gate, so we should prepare for the worst. Perhaps Y'shtola and I ought to remain on guard here? I'm inclined to agree. Popanod, while you remove the head of this metal serpent, we will attend to the defense of the city. Might be better. Among other things, we must do what we can to ensure the citizens get to shelter before the fight begins. Godspeed. I wonder if their dialogue changes. I hate to say this when you barely had a chance to enjoy the city, but you really ought to leave before the Doom train gets here. There's only so much we can do. Oh, so their dialogue does change and update. It's a lot of localization. Oh, I am so sorry. I thought you were the Doom Train. Not because of anything about you in particular, of course. I'm sure you're not all terrifying and murderous. Oh man, they're scared. Lotal. Quick, how many coins have you got? Toss them all in. We could all use the luck. We could use all the luck that we can get. Yeah. Cargo operator. I really have gone without a Doom train attack today. My pet. Right. This place we're headed is the Bentini Depot. Although Treno has its own railway station, our assailants from earlier left it in need of significant repairs. Thus, we'll be taking a hover cargo. Fancy! My friend here has volunteered for the mission, and yes, I did explain the dangers. She's like, eh? The cargo's equipped with a portable barrier, and frankly, I'm great at my job. I guarantee our safety during the ride. What happens once we get to the Bentini, or to Bentini, well, that's your problem. Oof, okay, girl. She's like, I can get you there, but afterwards, bye. It certainly is. Let me know when you're ready to move out. Critical always. Okay. Let me grab some more tea. My throat is aching. And I will be... I'll be gone just like a minute. Okay, so it took a little bit longer than I was expecting, but I wanted to grab a couple of things, and some of the post came today. And I kind of wanted to share it. So this came from Ukraine. It is a leather collar that we got for my Nato-chan. She had a collar originally. We got it when she became an adult, and she's the Shiba Inu right here, by the way. This is my little love, my little pride and joy. But she's turning 7 in April, and she got a collar originally from Spain because they were one of the few sellers, I suppose, on Etsy that were actually selling a dog or pet collars with the Karakusa pattern from Japan. And it was like 100% cotton, and she's had it ever since she became an adult, but it's ripping. And I figured, let's get her leather. I love leather goods. Not like designer handbags or anything, but I have like a lot of traveler's notebooks and other leather and canvas items. And so I ordered her a collar that has an air tag on it, and it has her name on there, debossed. And it just arrived today. It took a couple of weeks because, you know, given the current state of things, I can understand. But it came in, and it has her name in there. And I thought green would be perfect because it goes well with red, and it has like has an air tag holder on there. So yeah, I feel excited. Do you want this? Do you want this right now, or do you want to do it later? Can I pick you up? No, she does not want to be picked up right now, so I'm not gonna force her. She knows it, so sometimes when I ask her if she wants to be picked up, she'll let me pick her up, but other times, it's not very often, but other times she'll run away because she knows what that question is, but consent's important. So I got that, and then I had to open a new box of matcha, which is my go-to tea, just plain matcha, and I decided to put it in this very special cup. I think you guys will appreciate it, given the state. So, the last stand. Yeah. It's the first time I ever used it, so typically I just kind of collect like mugs. I think like every girl does. They collect mugs and cups and stuff, and yeah, I was just gonna have it as a shelf item. But I figured I could use it, especially right now since, you know, Final Fantasy XIV has been part of my life for the last 12 years, so. Alright, mission level 100, where we call home. Lummel is resolved to meet the Doom train head-on, but would prefer to depart before he can think about it any longer. Ready? Then our fearless operator will help you aboard. We make for Bentini with all haste. Go on, climb aboard. I'll have us there in a flash. Do keep your limbs... Do keep any limbs you're attached to and would like to remain attached to inside the vehicle. What a weird way to put that. Weird.
This is it. You'll be riding that flat car at the rear of the train. I'll be all the way at the front, pushing her as fast as she can go. The Doom train moves at breakneck speed. If we're too slow, it will plow right through us. Speaking of which, we'd best get underway before it does just that. Don't forget you're fighting for Ayane. For all of Treno.
Hell on Rails, now accessible. I'm down, let's do it. Now, full transparency, I've only done this a few times. I actually kind of calmed down my gameplay. So typically, when I'm on Final Fantasy XIV myself, it was something that I used to do to fill out my days. Not only did I have really good people to play with when they were playing, but I would probably be on daily from anywhere from 12 to 16 hours per day. Now I'm hoping to redo that again, especially here on stream, because that does sound kind of crazy, but I did it daily. 12 hours was like the minimum. But lately, and I would say during Dawntrail, that frequency has gone down drastically, and I'm not entirely sure. I can't really pinpoint as to why, but I think it's because of the patch cycles now. Everything's a bit longer. And also, I believe there was a point where we were getting 3 expert dungeons at a time, but now we're just getting 2. So we're essentially doing, I think it's 4-month cycles. So we're doing like 1 dungeon, I think, for like 8 months. And it used to be a variety of 3, but that is like definitely toned down. If I remember correctly, we used to get 3, a choice of 3 whenever we ran expert roulette. But now it's just 2, and I mean, I can't say that I'm like, you know, the best at grinding. When I played 11, that game is completely different than this one. But, you know, it was a trek to get anywhere in 11. And I guess you can kind of consider that a grind, a travel grind. I'm not entirely sure, but the grind in this one is significantly different, but it feels redundant. Like you're just more redundant or mundane. Like you're just doing the same thing over and over again for a very long stretch. I really do miss the 90-day or 3-month cycle, patch cycles. I just don't think it's going to change. But I mean, I don't know. When I was playing Destiny, everyone remembers, I think, that, you know, playing Destiny 1, it was like a MMO FPS. Yeah, it was. And then they went to like Destiny 2 and they killed Destiny 1, but they're on those same type of patch cycles, but it's forced. So if you were to buy like something like, I don't know, one of their latest patches, you have to play in like 3 months that patch info, or that particular season. And if you only played 2 days and it's past 90 days, oh well, the story continues without you. I think that's a little less palatable, but my brother, he's been playing Destiny 2 for years now, and he says they're changing things, but I feel like in terms of like the 3-month patch cycle, maybe 4 months is a bit more friendlier for like the average person, especially since there's a lot of adults that just play MMORPGs. But still, if you play daily, if you play this game daily, even as an adult, or even as someone that's like younger, I don't really think that 4 months is friendly. But I guess maybe the whole new mantra that Yoshi P had for like Dawntrail and the new patch cycle was respecting your time a bit more. I could be wrong, but seemed like he was pretty much encouraging us to also try other things, and don't worry, the game is going to be here, meaning that they're doing a little bit of less work, and they're patching, you know, a lot less per expansion. But, you know, don't quote me on that. So, I mean, Mistwake just came out. The dungeon just came out, 7.4. And we're gonna be, like, once a new dungeon is put in, Mistwake is gonna be ran for, like, 8 months. Because it'll move down, and the other one that we have is going to be replaced by Mistwake. The Meso Terminal. It kind of sucks, but you know, it is what it is, I guess, right now. It's just unfortunate that a lot of people have, like, that I used to play with, like, left the game. They're just not playing anymore. People that I was really close with, people that I played the game with for, you know, 7, 8, 9 years. I would say we're pretty stubborn people here on Mateus. So I remember playing back in the day before Stormblood, all the way at the beginning in ARR. On Mateus, we only had like 500 I would say active or semi-active players, but I would see the same like 20 people every single day because the server was just dead. It was one of the newly added ones, very, very long time ago, and people wanted to like go and I suppose order, but I think there was a player base of like, based off of the information that I saw several years ago, Mateus was like, it had like 1250 players on the entire world. And we only had like probably roughly just under 500 daily players. And I swear, seeing the same people do the same thing every single day was crazy. And then Stormblood came along, and Yoshi P was like, look, free, you know, travels, or you can travel to other world servers and all that other stuff, and you can transfer your character up from your current world and go to another one. The first one on the chopping block was Mateus because it was so underpopulated. And like Balmong at the time was just like the unofficial RP server, and then everyone that was into RP migrated over here from Balmong and filled up the server entirely. So there's too much RP going on over here. Not a lot of serious people wanting to do anything. People want to play as like hot, sexy characters and chat all day and not even know how to play the game. It's wild. That's very, very expensive. I think my 6-month sub's like $280. Is it 280? It's a lot. Maybe it's 280 per year. I used to have several retainers, but I only have 2 now. And I have the companion app. I don't really use it. I think the rules of the companion app kind of suck. Like, they don't give you your daily Kupo nuts unless you log into the app or open the app. But the app has progressively gotten a lot better over the years. Now it allows you to switch your characters, and you used to just have to log out and then log in and choose a different character on your account. But I still think it's pretty tedious, especially with the rewards they give you. Like, even I think they give you 10 out of 10. So for like Kupo nuts, like you can only hold 10 and have a hold a maximum of 10 and only use that. Let me check actually. But like if you have a 30-day subscription, well, why can't you just have one action or one Kupo nut per day for 30 days? Let me open it here. I haven't opened it in quite a while, but I got notifications. Yeah, so you can only have 10 Kupo nuts, and you can have as many coins as you want. And the app will use your free coins first. So let's see if I can actually show you. I'm not sure if the camera will be able to pick it up. So that means you can only have 10 actions. And if you use them all in one day, for example, if you have all 10, it's not 10 per month, but it's like one Kupo nut every single time that you go into the app, one per day, I believe. So that's a bit restricting. So you do get one per day, but you can't hold 30. You can only hold 10. And that essentially means one action per day. So like if you want to call your retainers back while you're offline, that's an action that requires a Kupo nut. If you want to put something on or resend them out, that costs one Kupo nut. If you want to list an item for sale, that also costs a Kupo nut or a coin, whatever. But I mean, if you're paying $5 a month for the companion app, I feel like it should be a little bit friendlier to you and like make you want to utilize it a bit more than, you know, how they're having you utilize it. But I don't know. I hope they improve it. I really do. I hope you're able to eventually get, you know, do more actions and stuff. With being paid, I can understand, and I think when you're not paid, you get 3, or can have 3. I haven't had free in a very long time, so I don't really remember how it works. I remember signing up for the companion app like the moment a premium was offered. So, because I thought it would be useful. But yeah, I mean, I don't really use it that much. I'm not sure many other people do use it, honestly. I remember using this app, the companion app for chat and stuff, where you couldn't, you know, talk to your FC members, but they also had to have the app. It's also useful in the sense that if someone leaves or joins the your free company, it'll let you know who left or who joined, all of that stuff. So it's pretty cool if you're offline. There's definite perks and you know, there's some positives for the app, but I feel like there's a lot of negatives right now, especially since they made it a big deal when it first came out. I remember the April Fool's like, I guess, promo trailer for it, where people were using like selfie sticks and they had their phone on the end of it and they were pretending like they were botanists or miners with their phone. That was pretty awesome. And I was like, no way are they doing botanist, miner, fisher, like Final Fantasy XIV Online Go, like Pokemon Go. It took me a minute. I'm a bit neurodivergent, so I didn't quite get it at first. I was like, wait, what, really? People are gonna have a lot of broken phones if they do that. And I was like, oh wait, that's a joke. It's April 1st. Yeah, it's a pretty good one. I like when they do things like that. Holy moly, why is this taking so long? Part of me wonders if I should just go in. Oh wait, I can't yet, not until it's completed. I hardly use those anyway. Duty support. And trusts. As you can see, I'm all the way back in Shadowbringers. On my main, though, it's a different story. That's not even up for debate, so... I do, and I will have to finish leveling them up. I have a lot of classes that I did not level up deliberately for the purpose of using trusts. But in due time, I suppose. Maybe I'll just do it on stream. Wow, that was something. Come on, tank, don't you do it. They ran to Bio 1 or Bio 2, I know it. Oh my god, someone's... So they already chose their tank.
Counting on you!
times it needs to. This is a horrifying boss. But it's also a crowd favorite. I love this fight. I love all Doom Trains. Now you got arms? That's not remotely at all. Spotlight. Boston. Look at how scary he is. Or it's. Alright, where's it gonna go? Biggest AoE ever. Oh no, no. Wait, what? Oh, I just made that. Behind here. And the other lasers. Did they just jump down? Weird. Oh. Okay, good. Alright, I gotta strategize if that's better because that's rough. I was like, do we have to get up top? side's going off, though.
I found this on the web.
Well, that was pretty successful. Player comms, that's nice. I think they only calmed me because I'm a little Popanad Levito.
Ew. No more adventures, thank you. That was enough bravery for a lifetime. But we did it! We stopped the Doom Train. Well, mostly you did.
You're a good driver.
Before we can celebrate, though, we need to make sure Treno's secure. As I feared, stray beasts to the south. I've lost track of how many times I've asked you for help, but I need your help again.
Only if you have money. A what? Oh. I have to believe Iane will be safe with your comrades while we attend to matters elsewhere. I'll see to the wounded. You try not to join them, alright? Your progress through the battle will be saved at certain points. In the event that you are defeated, you will be able to try again from the most recent of these. Please note that if you enter battles associated with other quests or log out from the game, the progress will be lost. I wonder how many of you guys remember how many of these like personal instances we had in Endwalker. It was great. Mirror Knights. I just blast you with paint.
Can you stand?
Yes! Thank you so much. There were others being attacked over by the canal. Could you possibly...
Of course, I'll go right away. The rest of you should get to the town hall. I can't leave anyone behind. I won't.
It's a good little instance. Our own little personal duty.
Best make sure the evacuation route is clear first. Those people by the canal.
No sprint? Weird.
Help is on the way!
Oh, look at them. They're stranded over there. Balloons.
There may be other stragglers.
I was so scared I couldn't even move. Silly, isn't it? My wife and I will be making for Town Hall straight away. You have my word on that. If you are determined to check on everyone, I won't complain, but do be careful. Indeed.
That breeze is awfully warm. Oh no! First things first, the fire. Take a leaf out of Y'shtola's book.
It was you that put the fire out. How will I ever thank you? Now that we know it won't be spreading any further, we can all take shelter until this is over. I cannot thank you enough. What sort of magic was that? I've never seen the like. Coyotes, yes. I'm gonna run away, and we can talk about it later.
Not a moment too soon.
That might be good.
I hope that was the worst of it.
Somebody help!
A voice. Further out.
Eek!
I'll take care of this. Make for shelter. Is that all of them?
pistola.
You cut that rather close.
Thank goodness you're all right.
Ayane has finished the repairs. We need only hold the line until the barrier is in place.
And hold the line we will, together.
Boss battle. I love behemoths. Alright, here we go.
I can still fight. I can.
I have no doubt.
Just a note, if you didn't see, you can apply Karkia to NPCs, even if they're not on your list. That's not good. Wipe. It's been such a minute. Normal, resume, midway.
I can still fight. I can.
I must say, that was an incredible performance.
Oh, how you've grown.
Flatterer.
Flatterer.
What is it?
The barrier is restored. The people of Treno may rest easy once more.
The perimeter is clear, everyone. And thanks to our guests, the Dawntrail has been destroyed. Last but not least, Ayane's fixed the barrier. We don't need to worry about beasts anymore. This calls for a celebration.
The Doom Train is gone for good.
That's our Ayane.
They're safe. All of them.
Oh.
Alila? Kryl. Does the name Alila mean aught to you? My mother? Did you know her?
Oh.
I'm sorry, my dear. We should get you patched up before aught else. Alila's story and that of the key are one and the same. After you've rested and recovered, I'll tell you the tale. You have no cause to fret, I promise you. While Lummel forgot to give the order, bless him, there's work to be done ere we can celebrate. First and foremost, we must see to any injured. Come and find me at Town Hall when you're ready.
Without further delay, then.
Oh, look at her.
You needn't mind me. My injuries are far from severe.
But your curiosity is another matter, is it not? Your feet will deliver you to Miaili all the swifter if you can actually walk on them.
Let's see what Osao says now. Hello again. I apologize for not standing up to greet you. It's nothing personal. When I heard we were saved, my legs quite gave out, you see. You're welcome. Let's see what Raha's saying. After that battle, I think we all require a moment. You had better get some rest too. I mean it. Sphene? To think Miaili knew Kryle's mother. I too am eager to hear the details. Y'shtola. Exhaustion aside, Kryle sustained no injuries you need worry over. Kryle. While I would rather not have tumbled to the pavement in front of half the city, I am none the worse for wear, thanks to Y'shtola. But what of yourself? If you have any hurts, we can tend to them now before we see Miaili. Into the mist. I believe this is the last episode, or last mission. Kryle is ready to hear more from Miaili. Or is she? Curious, isn't it? I want to know. More than anything, yet part of me is still terrified. But having come so far, I can't turn from the truth now. If everyone is feeling up to it, let us go and have our answers. I can't really thank you enough for saving us from the Doom Train. You should have heard the cheer from the town hall at Lomel's announcement. Did you hear it? It was pretty loud. Lomel. Ah, our new friends. Did you know why grandmother called us here? Both Iani and I neglected to ask. Raha? I find myself feeling anxious on Kryle's behalf. Iani? How are you faring? I hope you've recovered from your brush with the Doom Train. And did I hear something about a behemoth? Maybe. Sphene. I had every confidence Lommel would be safe in your company, but it heartens me to see him unharmed nonetheless. Y'shtola? While the key is to be the main topic of our conversation, there is no telling what else Miaili might reveal. Kryle. That's alright, I'm ready to hear it. Miaili.
Ere I begin my tale, there is something about our family that you need to understand. We are descendants of the Speakers of Eld. And I myself am the latest to inherit the role. But even as we do our utmost to ensure our people's welfare in our adopted home, it has ever been our duty to find a means to return whence we came. Alas, our ancestral treasure never did answer our prayers. And that left my elder sister, the previous speaker, mired in doubt. It was then, when she was at her most vulnerable, that preservation reached out to her.
The key is none other than that relic, and it has been in the safekeeping of our people since time immemorial.
Yes. When lightning threatened this world, we attempted to use the key to flee again, like our ancestors once did. Alas, no matter what we tried, we couldn't invoke its power. We had all but given up when Preservation approached us with an offer of partnership.
We've heard this part before, from my parents' memories. My mother was your sister.
Auntie.
She was, which makes you an heir to the Speaker's legacy. The last message I received from your parents said that in order to thwart Preservation's design, they must send away both their daughter and the key. I now understand what became of the former. As for the latter, through conversing with your friends, I gleaned with whom it currently resides.
And is it your wish that we give it back?
We Milala are the people of Treno now. Here is where we've put down our roots. The moment Elila relinquished the key, she relinquished our claim to it as well. But be that as it may, my sister gave up not only her life, but her darling daughter to prevent its misuse. It is my duty to ensure that its new bearer is worthy. So, should it answer your call as it never did ours, how would you use the key's power?
What will you say? To explore worlds yet unknown to us? To save lives and perform other such feats of heroism? Or I'm still not sure, frankly. Now, if it was up to me, I would explore other worlds.
For some, that might be a self-serving end. But your deeds are proof that I needn't worry. And what's more, there's your friendship with my niece. I dare say that speaks well of your character.
By the by, do you have any records pertaining to the key here in Treno?
Would that we did. But Delilah took everything with her when she joined Preservation. If aught remains, it would be in Alexandria.
And so we find ourselves returned to our original course.
Shale may have made some progress. Perhaps it's time to bring our visit to an end. But by that, I don't mean to say that I don't feel welcome in Treno. You've all been so kind and accommodating. And in many ways, it's my hometown. It's just that, well,
It's all right, my dear. It is true that some feel bound by blood or birthplace, but I don't believe that your parents would have wanted that for you. They devoted their lives to understanding the key so that future generations would not be burdened by it. As we have chosen Treno, so too should you choose the place you call home. A place where you can bloom and grow with fearless joy.
I will.
We must give you a proper send-off, though. Wait for us by the gate, will you? A word of caution, Keeper of the Key. As you know, it is a relic that has traveled across centuries and worlds, passing through countless hands. Oft beckoning to those ruled by ambition or avarice. Indeed, some have wondered if it chooses its master. But I believe differently. I believe that some inexorable force, call it fate, if you will, ushers it from one bearer to the next. Be wary, for fate's regard now falls upon you.
Oh no. I have so many questions now. Based off of that, it sounds like the Malala immigrated, or Lalafell immigrated, essentially to a different world. And that's why they call this their home now. And that kind of sounds like to me that Ayala, or Ayali, I believe her name is, Kryle's mother, she knew where she was giving Kryle to, like, because it was their home before. And some of the Malala or Lalafell went there and, like, became fruitful. And that's why Treno is their new home, or at least the 9th place in their 9th was their new home, because they said before it was the Hures and Elizans, essentially, that inhabited this place before, in Treno. And then the mayor at the time made accommodations for the Lalafell that immigrated there. I really can't thank you enough for saving us from the Doom Train. You should have heard the cheer. Oh yeah, he already said that. I mean, it's nice that the mayor, you know, the time made accommodations for, I guess, what is now known as the Malala there. And this is where they laid roots. Like, this is their home. They don't know any other place. And especially for the ones that were, you know, having kids. And this would be their home, so then maybe Kryl is not wrong for wanting to go back to her real home. I just wonder how the key came to be and like what led to those exigent circumstances to come back? Or do I have the wrong of it? I feel like it sounded like they came here from the source. And then when there was preservation and trouble on the 9th, you know, to save Kryl, her mom and pop were like, okay, we need to use this key to put Kryl in a safe place because it's unknown out here. We don't know. So it has me wondering. I can't believe I have living relatives here. And they make it seem so simple. Maybe it is enough to just be Kryl. Limmel and Iani have gone to summon the other Milala we've met from across the city. Kryl looks like she'd just seen the first ray of sunlight on a cloudy day. I'm glad she found found that which she sought. If the Milala's records were in Preservation's possession, I doubt they'd ever relinquish them. That knowledge must await us back in Alexandria. Hopefully we can get them.
Thank you all for everything.
We're the ones who should be thanking you. You fought so many times for us.
I've tended to the people's immediate hurts, but see that they receive appropriate care as they recover.
I still can't believe you took down the Dawntrail. Just like that. You're my hero, truly. And I'm sure Mum and Dad and everyone else we lost will rest easier now that it can never hurt anyone again.
For my part, I cannot thank you enough for supporting my plan for the barrier. Not to mention that we wouldn't even have the electrope to restore it without your aid. I can't wait to see what else we can do now that the mine is back in service. Kryl. O life, flourish on this faraway shore. Unfurl your fragile petals with fearless joy. Let this sky grant shelter from darkest storm, and here bloom, hand in hand, forevermore. Remember that, will you? Whatever shore you choose.
Of course, those words and our people will always be in my heart.
Aww.
After so long without her, I had begun to forget what my sister was like. Her face, her voice, fading like the mist. All I could remember clearly was her resolve as we parted for the last time. But now I've seen her again. In you, sweetheart. Thank for bringing her back to me. It is a joy to have met you, Kryle.
You too, Aunt Mealy.
I know your home lies far from here, but to us you'll always be family. Come and see us once in a while, won't you?
I will. My comrades have found a treatment for Levin's sickness, so I'll bring it to Treno as soon as I can.
My, you certainly have no shortage of accomplished friends. We'll await your return, my dear. Life is full of surprises when one lives in hope. Isn't that right, Delilah?
Ooh, that was a touching one. She says, it feels like a bit like I'm dreaming, but even should I wake, I'll remember it. I'll remember them. On a practical note, I am more certain than ever that Shale's work will yield vital insight into the key. I look forward to speaking with her when we arrive in Solution 9. If you don't mind, might we first make our way to Resolution? Gossen will be wondering about my absence. Heavens, yes, I apologize for keeping you from your duties for so long. Think nothing of it. I was more than happy to be part of your adventure, and Gossen will forgive me once I tell him of Treno. This explains much. I wonder why I had seen neither hide nor hair of your majesty these past days. May I ask where you've been? It's quite a long story. Oh wow. Notification says 10 people follow. Congrats. Thanks guys. Whoever is following me, I appreciate it. However stalwart your companions, traversing the mist continent with no knowledge of what awaited was extraordinarily reckless. That I cannot deny, but it availed us much. We have an opportunity to resume diplomatic relations with a longtime ally. And as I did not, in fact, come to harm, all is well that ends well. He's like, You should feel compelled to go on any other excursions in future. I expect that you will notify me beforehand. Yes, of course. It will remiss of me. I apologize. It was remiss of me. I apologize. Duty calls the most insistent. Nevertheless, wherever you require my aid, please do not hesitate to seek it. Shale, you're back. How did it go? Did you find a way down? Treno, I've heard the name. Incredible that it's sheltered the Milala all this time. What's more, the Mayo was able to share the story of the key from her perspective. She believes that the historical documents pertaining to it are stored in Preservation's archives. They could be, though our work isn't done yet. We've made progress on the decryption. I was on my way to the containment complex to review the data in situ. In that case, allow me to accompany you. Though it may be incomplete, I should like to review the information available. We'll contact you as soon as we've made some sense of it. In the meantime, might I suggest our Warrior of Light get a good night's sleep or two? You never know what manner of hellish technology will be after us next. That's for sure. And Kryl, I assume you'll be wanting to familiarize yourself with the care and feeding of porksies. Indeed, while I'm aware of the principles, I was needed elsewhere when the others were treating to the Levin afflicted. I shall have to ask Y'shtola to instruct me. Is the least I can do for my family. Oh, she found her family. I intend to visit them whenever possible, but my home will always be here in the Source. There's nowhere I'd rather be. Earlier in Treno,
now, there is much to be done. With access to the mine restored, I'd like to explore methods to expand our food production systems. I look forward to your insights.
Oh, my poor heart. I only meant to steal a glimpse while we were in the area. But our eyes definitely met, didn't they? Oh, that's not ideal. Such fearsome instincts to perceive me as a threat in an instant. But I shouldn't be surprised. It's the Source's vaunted hero, after all.
Halmerut!
Oh, dear me!
Calyx.
Oh.
Oh no, it's a squirrel Chucky doll.
One need hardly be the warrior of light to notice you. You're far from subtle. As if the horns and scales weren't enough, you insist upon dressing for another century. Those clothes must be as old as I am. Where is your robe?
You mean the robe that practically announces me as an Ascian? Not that I don't intend to reveal that detail, but it will be at a time of my choosing.
She's gonna come out as Ascian.
Besides, if one of us can't help but draw the eye, it's you. Oh, Calyx, how you've grown. Smaller, that is, and surprisingly cute-ish.
Put me down.
Put me down.
Jests aside, we will be departing the 9th all too soon. If you wish to say your goodbyes, I could find you a vessel and mold it to match your preferred presentation.
Don't you dare. I will not debase myself by occupying a living body ever again.
So you choose to be a toy?
And in any case, to travel the rift as you do requires the shedding of one's flesh, does it not?
I apologize if I upset you. Your understanding is, in essence, correct. The magics cannot bring a vessel through the rift. Ergo, you must discard it and assume a form of pure ether until you reach the other side. However, that doesn't mean you need discard everything like so much refuse. Using fissures such as this, one can easily send small amounts of matter between reflections. Matter such as your archived memories.
All the more reason to remain as I am. At present, I could pass through a fissure myself. And as this form suffices for surveying the material realm, I see no reason to expend effort searching for a replacement. I wish only to observe. That is enough.
Very well. I shan't press. Nevertheless, odd though you may look, I would encourage you to bid farewell to those to whom you have attachment. For now that you failed, unless our hero changes course, this world is doomed to die.
Ominous.
I had hoped to banish death from their lives. Why should it come to all, whether they will it or no? Why must any accept this burden and grief? It was never about any one person. So no, there are none with whom I would exchange fond farewells. But so long as mankind yet survives, I can hold fast to my faith. That my life's work might again bring someone salvation.
Hold fast you must, as we press ever onward. For soon it begins, and every world shall tremble. The Winterers must be prepared to outlast the great withering to come.
That's your ominous prediction, is it?
No, it's nature's proclamation. Can't you hear it? It echoes in the silence, left by the will of the star.
Oh, man. Oh, man. You know, I feel like it's always going to be the Ascians. Always. Now Halmarut. It's like completely new. Her design as her character is pretty cute though, so the green and red just looks so good. Were it not for my ties to the source, I would not be able to treat those afflicted with leaven sickness, nor potentially aid my people in other ways as well, as I very much intend to. Warm fare-thee-wells can ease the sting of partings, as we come to terms with an absence not soon forgotten. To tell those we hold dear what they've meant to us, and to wish them the best, we should seize that chance whensoever we can. Absolutely. Alright, so right now I'm going to take a bit of a break. I have to take my medicine, get some more tea going, and go to the bathroom. But I will be right back, and I'm just gonna let Stina sneer at you for a little bit with the be right back chat sign, so I'll be back soon. Alright, I managed to wrangle the beast. I had to bribe her with some treats, but she has her new collar on. Look at how beautiful you are. You just don't know it. You're so beautiful. You want to say hi to people? You look so good in green. Yes, you do. You look so good in green. So this is Nato. She's turning 7 in a few months. She's Shiba Inu. She knows English and Japanese. She understands, but it depends on the day when she actually will listen to me, but most of the time she listens in Japanese. Other times when she refuses to listen in Japanese, I'll switch to English and then she'll follow the commands. Any asks that I have of her. So, but this is my good girl. And I just put her collar on, her brand new collar. You can't really tell, but it is green. And it looks really good on her. I really like it. Huh. You're just a sweet girl. Alright, you want to go back down? I can put you down. You want to chill up here with Mama. You're just a good girl. You're Mama's best girl. Shibi. Ikuyo. Alright, let me put you down. I'll put you down super gently. Very good girl. She's like, what? Look at her. She's like, what? Yes. You can come up. I'm not gonna pick you up again yet. I gotta do some stuff. And then we'll go outside. But not right now. She's in disbelief. Look at her. Alright. Soon. Alright, so I got myself some tea. I went to the bathroom, and I guess now what's left is some roulettes. So that'll be some content for me to show, because it's probably gonna take a couple hours, honestly. So buckle in, I guess. I was so worried I was gonna scour my matcha, but it's fine. Let's see. So since I'm working on the phantom weapon, perhaps it would be prudent that I continued to do these roulettes. But I feel like these are never gonna get done. But we gotta start somewhere, so. Oh gosh. The fractal continuum, my. Stop, not the, yeah. Go lay down. Stop licking me. Nato. Nato-chan. Yeah. Yeah, あんたもだよ。 always new. I feel like I'm obligated to be at least a little calmer in these dungeons than expert, because I mean, come on. No one wants to be an expert roulette for like longer than they need to be. Hey, that's mean. Oh no. He's like, I get to eat. He was doing a happy food dance. Where is he going? It's like taking him all the way to North Korea. One more barrier to go. curator. Not a bad thing. What am I even doing rolling on this stuff? I mean, it's gonna go, but like, look at my inventory. It's completely full. I have one inventory slot. Now I have no inventory, so guess where I have to go? Nan desu ka, Nanto? Nan desu ka? Boku ni kite kudasai. I got a scratch instead. Nato? What are you doing? You want out, don't you? Say, you don't want out. I don't want being here. Alright, first, so let's go to Black Rabbit Trader. Sell some of these fish for cash, I suppose. Sell this stuff too. Deposit some items into one of my retainers. think I only have furniture in this last one, but we'll see. Nope. Now I can pull one of these out. Priority seal once. Then I can go all the way to the Aetheryte Plaza. Reduce my inventory even more by trading in this equipment, but I can talk to this Moogle. What should I do? I'll check that one in a minute. Shishi Odoshi. That looks like it is. The Valerian gear looks a lot like a different. It's an early set, so of course they've done it again. There had to be a reason why I put this in here. That's why. Underkeep, accessories. Mystic. Can we trade all of these in? Maybe one day Square Enix will implement a select, like, all gear that you want to trade in, maybe 10 at a time, and then you can just trade them in. But until now, we just have to do it one by one. almost annoyed by my success for getting everything casting almost on my alt of all things, where I don't play as a healer often, or I mean a caster often. But on my main, where I'm playing Black Mage all the time, couldn't be bothered. Caster gear, goose egg. So that cleared up my inventory. Onibi. Alright, on to the next one of this thing. This Aetherwell array. Trials. So I don't typically use classic mugs like this, just for the sheer reason that my tea runs cold pretty quickly. So I typically stick to, you know, I've been using Stanley products for many, many years, but this little guy keeps my tea hot for a couple of hours at least. And I love it. I typically love it, and use it most of the time, but it's just maybe not the cutest thing on the planet, but that's fine. It works, and that's what I care about most. And then I have my water well, which is also another Stanley thing, but it's like Stanley and like Arctic, they're the only ones that I can like afford. Like even some of the Yetis, I was looking at a gigantic Yeti that kind of looked like this, but it was like a bit bigger, but it was like $140 for like a water bottle. And I was like, maybe I can do 60, but I can't do 140. But it keeps my water super cold and keeps my water very cold and drinkable for days at least. But I have a 1 gallon Arctic, and that thing was like $80, but I kind of stopped using it lately just because it's really, really heavy. Alright, we got a turd and a toga. Well, not a toga, a thong. Come on. He just disappeared. Why are y'all standing there? Y'all and the tanks are buddy-buddy? Like, what are you doing? I remember when the peak difficulty used to be Titan. I have mail, so the kit goes amphitheater. Normal raids. Bless me with a double AC heavyweight M4 so I don't have to do it separately. So I guess whoever my 10th follower was, they like accidentally clicked it because it says I have 9, so I'm still waiting on that 10th one. I don't know, I'll get there I guess if I keep this up. Oh, nice. This one used to be a beast back when everyone wasn't overgeared. I rather liked it. A lot of people hated it though. Where are you going? He's got the donuts, the fire donuts, and the fire wheels. Cruiser. Cruise chaser. EDD. Really, Sage, why are you overriding my shields? Was mine not good enough? in front. Beams, and then you gotta hide. It's been a long time since I've done that one, though. I remember what a pain it was. 4 commendations. They liked me. Alright, now it's Alliance. What could it be, I wonder? Please be the first or second walk, something beneficial. I feel like I'm gonna have to get, I mean, not really, but I feel like I'm gonna have to get a capture card if I wanna stream any of my games. While we're waiting, I guess I can show you a sneak peek. Let's see. See all those? But I also have a pretty big Steam library as well, so maybe not. But I put these blue dot stickers on all of my game collection. I think I have like 80 or 90 Switch games, but like I also have like some older classic like PlayStation 1 games and whatever on the wall. But I put blue dot stickers on there because they are ones that I can purchase on Steam. So there's a lot. I have a lot of them already in my Steam library. I think I have 114 or 115 games on my Steam. And I'm thinking of doing a play my library with me like series on Twitch. I just don't know where to begin. A lot of my collection has gone unplayed because I have a funny mind and it likes to branch off and do a whole bunch of other things. So, or like I'll get close to completing a game and then I just stop it right before I complete it. I don't know why I do that. Oh man. What is with all of these sages? I want to fucking know. Whatever happened to the love for White Mage and Astro? I love me a good Astro. But like White Mage mains are pretty much unbeatable. They're so good. Now, why don't I play him, you might ask? I'm actually, my mind is primed for barrier healing. I have a pretty low reaction time for pure heals. So, and also I always set off the spells before I need them because my mind is like very, very barrier healer centered when it comes to heals. Someone said, oh my god, Lala Alphanod. Yep. Dabby me. So I really wasn't much of an Alliance Dungeoner back in at the launch of 2.0. For some reason I was just obsessed with getting to like the max level, which was 50 at the time. But I did not like to do Alliance because I felt like one, I would embarrass myself or do the wrong thing, people would dismiss me. Connected to that, actually, when I first started this game, 2.0 upon launch, or Realm Reborn upon launch, the first dungeon is Sastasha. I remember, so like coming from playing Final Fantasy XI, how the enemies, the bosses, and dungeons are done like completely different than this one. These ones are instances. Dungeons in 11 weren't like instances. You had a crew, you partied together, and you just fought things out in the open world, essentially. So with that mentality, thinking that it would be similar here in 14, I remember being dismissed from Sastasha. Level 15 dungeon, dismissed from Sastasha 2 times because no one was explaining to me that that's not how this works in this game. So what ended up happening, or at least for my dismissals, I didn't know that this purple line here was going to be a barrier once the battle started. And I thought it was just like, oh, if you pass this area, like, it's going to be dangerous. And there's probably like a high-level enemy or a boss of some kind. And I was walking towards and starting the battle with Captain Sham, with, you know, the captain. And I would die. They didn't ever like res me. Like I don't know what happened. And then I tried it again. Because they weren't coming in and locking, they were staying outside. And I remember going through again. I was like, sorry, I died, but no one said anything to me. They didn't say like in chat or anything that I was supposed to wait, that that's not how this works, nothing. And you would think of all places, Sastasha would be the place where people would explain things, or at least be patient with people, because some people like to go on stuff blind completely. And that was me. I didn't even know that there was like creators out there that played this game that were creating like guides for dungeons and, you know, bosses, raids, any of that. I was just completely playing the game like just on my own, trying to figure it out, because I started this game by myself. I had no friends to play with because no one that I really knew was really interested in playing like the games that I played. I'm really big on RPGs, and a lot of people just like FPSs and, you know, other things. And no, there was not a single word about what I was doing, that it was wrong or whatever. And they dismissed me, and I was like, what? Was that it? Was that the dungeon? I had no idea what it even meant. It says you were dismissed from the instance or from the dungeon, and I was like, wait, what? Does that mean it's done? Like, what happened? It turned out that they had all just dismissed me because I didn't understand. And there was no NN, there was no Novice Network or anything back in the day when I started playing. But yeah, not a single word from anyone. They weren't like, oh, you have to wait, or wait for everyone, because the way dungeons were set up back then is a lot different than how it is now. If you got locked out, so we're waiting for everyone to get to there. But if you got locked out, there was no, oh, teleport or, you know, put you inside where the boss was, or anything like that. And if you were locked in, you were locked in. If you were locked out, you were locked out. But a little bit of grace and kindness could have went a really long way. Should people, you know, explain that to me. Like I said, I had been playing 11 all by myself, and I thought it would kind of be the same way in 14, but 14's a completely different monster, so... Number 1. I forgot. We are absolutely useless in here. We are to kill nemesises and wait. It's not our turn. I always wondered about this dungeon. Loa was like super confusing when it first came out, I feel like, for a lot of people. First of all, the dungeon itself really wasn't cohesive and it didn't flow, and you always like reset back to the beginning and it was just a thing. Now we can attack. Thanatos. But it's over, so... I won't even, like, pretend to like it, but I still don't understand this dungeon. this Alliance raid. Crystal Tower, obviously you understand it. You go from room to room, you keep ascending the floors. Labyrinth of the Ancients? What the hell is going on here? And then we have the every server issue where people tend to be greedy. There are just some servers a bit, you know, better than most, and they can be greedy and kill the boss like pretty quickly, but most of the time, don't be greedy. Ancient Flare will wipe us out if we don't put those barriers up. With the balloon. I remember playing this game during like the fourth phase, the fourth like the stress test. It was like open for like 11 days. And I swear, I thought Gridania was like the prettiest thing ever. And then I realized it was just a copy, like, paste mess. And I could never find my way around. Even though there's, like, a map and you can have your character or your map rotate with you, I still got lost constantly. The shadows didn't make sense. The nighttime didn't make sense because it was just, like, a blue filter that was supposed to suggest nighttime. It was something. It was weird. The Black Shroud, that is, by the way. And also the old mapping system. Not fun. Not fun to play, and I remember quitting, kind of. There was no waypoints for the first one, for 1.0. Like, not like we have the symbols over the head that, you know, let us know where we need to go. You kind of had to, it was just like 11. You had to, like, hunt for your mark. That is one thing so I'm dyslexic and I have a hard time, like, reading some things. And that was one of the biggest issues for playing 11 for me is that you pretty much have to just read the text very carefully and try to inference where you're supposed to go in order to continue with the story. They didn't make it easy at all. And I played that for a couple of years, but, you know, I had to stop at one point. Life, you know, goes on. So I do think about it and miss it a whole bunch. Don't you chop me, asshole. Vacuum slash. Megiddo Flame. No greedies, please. I don't... Oh my goodness. Someone got greedy. And they died. Oh no. Come on, we can do this. Get him! Alright, we pulled it off this time. Give me all the things. Player comms. That's nice. Alright, I will be right back. I'm back. I had to get some more tea, so I had to reboil some water, but trying this different tea. It's green tea and mint. My throat is feeling a bit more soothed, so I drink so much tea. I have to buy boxes at a time. Typically, I stick to Ito-en matcha green tea in tea bags. It's typically pretty affordable, but it's nice to switch it up. But I just finished a box and I had to open a new one. So I used to be addicted, and I mean addicted to Pepsi Zero, and that was my go-to. It was my comfort drink, I would say, because it was just super easy. I was a barista for, I guess I still technically am a barista, just not as a profession, but almost near 19 or 20 years. And I have a whole, espresso machine and coffee grinder and all of that stuff here at home, but I enjoy that type of stuff. But the difference is a lot of people, they're so I would say that they're so ready for convenience. A lot of people, even if they know how to, for example, if a lot of people, they love potato chips or something, but rather than being able to control the ingredients themselves and make maybe home fries or their own potato chips that are kettle cooked, it's just easier to go to a store and buy a bag of chips, or rather than do the work and make a coffee or something at home, it's just easier to go to your local coffee place and grab something. And I kind of, or at least I used to feel the same exact way. I'd rather pop open a Pepsi Zero than boil water, brew my tea, or grind coffee beans up, put it in my, extractor, put it in my espresso machine, let my espresso machine warm up, all of the steps to making yourself a coffee. And I would have I don't know, 2, 3, maybe even 4 a day, little cans, the normal 16-ounce cans. And then I just kind of got over it. I think I was having so many that I couldn't taste it anymore. I couldn't taste what Pepsi tasted like anymore. And that was concerning to me. So I just gave it up cold turkey. So now I just drink a bunch of water, a bunch of tea, and I guess not so much anymore, but a bunch of coffee. Or at least I make a lot of lattes at home, but not lately. It's crazy how much tea that I drink now, or how often I have tea now versus when I was a bit younger. I hated it. My mom would drink it and I'd be like, oh, is that soda? And she'd be she'd hand me her cup of tea, in a, to-go cup from a restaurant or something. And I would take a sip and it'd just be plain black tea, and it was the worst thing. But now it's oh, I welcome that. At least I understand what's in there. Alright, so I did 4 roulettes. And I still have an expert, and healer is on adventure needed right now, so let's do that.
You've come. I'll begin by wearing you down.
least this tank is going fast. I really appreciate that, because my brain will shut off if people are going really, really slow, especially on one where we have all of our kit as a character, whatever class that we're playing. If you're going slow, just please don't. We don't play games here, I guess. I guess it always still gets me when people are like, hi, new here, and it's like, this is expert, and it's like, okay, but the same principles that you've learned from level 1 to level 100 all apply here.
I shall prepare the stage for battle.
So you're new to the dungeon, but not new to the fundamentals.
Memories of a physician. One who saves lives should be reluctant to die.
Glitch or something?
Overburdened the system. No matter, it served its purpose.
Stings back and explore thoughts. I'm not gonna be able to kill him way too fast.
Next, we visit a prison of sinister repute. I need not compel them to fight. Executioners. They shall deal appropriately with criminals. Your sentence is death. How long will you fight? Criminals may run, but they cannot escape. I bid you continue on. Memories from an age rife with death. The desperation will serve well. The enemy is at the gate. To arms, good soldiers, protect your kingdom. enough memories. Let us see how it fares. It is the midst of the storm surge. Countless lives are lost in the senseless conflict. War swells in scope and intensity. Rain down without pause or mercy. The spark of life is dimmed with every blinding flash. Death is everywhere, pillaging the promise of the future.
Two comms. That's nice. Got some time on my priority seal allowance, so trade in some of this gear. looks like I got a piece that I've been waiting on from Labyrinth of the Ancients from Loa. So it looks like I just need to find or eventually get the boots. I have, that's gonna sound crazy, but I have like every single healer outfit pretty much from the beginning, and there's a few pieces that I'm working on, but I have every piece of like healer attire in terms of like main or unique pieces. So if it's blue, I have those, and if it's unique, like they haven't made another, or they haven't copied it, or it's the first iteration of that outfit, or the glam, or whatever you want to call it, then I have that copy as well. But if it's like, if it's done again, and they just put it as like, you know, a piece of unique gear as like some dungeon gear, I don't collect the dungeon gear. So, I don't know. One day they will improve the glam system, I suppose. But it's been getting better, progressively better and better as time goes on, so... One thing I do need to do is, I may not do, double AAC heavyweight. Let's just get them all, I suppose. I mean, there's no particular reason for me to be doing double AC heavyweight match 1 through 3. I'm not gearing up anything else, but since I love this one and is my favorite, I just love Ital. It is like my whole aesthetic. I love her.
Will you cry out in pleasure or pain?
Feast your eyes on the lovely and lethal Ital! Will the challenger fall prey to the cruel mistress?
Okay.
This is my show. I will hear you scream.
A wicked weapon. Fatality's poised to execute a fatality.
You will become a stain on this. This is just the beginning. My faithful minions, give me your ether!
It's begun! She's draining the audience of their ether.
All of you will feed me.
The challenger's in her realm now.
You are a stubborn one, but it is not too late.
Second phase. This is where a lot of people mess up. Because there is kind of a lot going on. But I don't think it's too bad.
It's a veritable rain of death!
Oh shit. Why was no one over there? I can't do it all.
Who knew they'd been felled with a vengeance? And they're back in action! Can they turn the tide?
Not the worst, so we're good. Large half moons. Oh wait, yeah, large half moon after this next crowd kill.
She's draining the crowd!
She's at her maximum strength.
Everybody, spectators are feeling all
To be fair, she is AoE hell. And she hits really hard.
In pain lies
big.
What power? Looks like someone is holding back.
On your knees, damn you!
It's all over. Until next time.
Rude. Two columns. Where am I at, by the way? That one wasn't so bad, actually. I remember when it first came out 6 weeks ago. The first one was the hardest one for people to get through. Match 1 of heavyweight. Forget about it. It was super, super stressful to heal it or to be healed by it because people just... They weren't adding oil. The tyrant.
At long last, the decisive match against a grand champion! Will the challenger triumph and seize the tyrant's throne?
First, I shall take your measure.
Everyone always wants to take our measure.
Show me your
I want to see. Stop it. You don't need to take my measure. Very small.
Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach. Another attack evaded with aplomb.
How about this? Behold, the essence of martial mastery.
Absolute brutality! The champion's power is unmatched!
There is much more to come.
Oh, the challengers holding their own.
It has been a long time since I've enjoyed myself so.
Dance.
Oh, it's Trinity time, folks. He knows no mercy, and he's never tasted defeat.
No more holding back. Prepare yourself, unenhanced warrior.
I beg your pardon. What is he
Donut,
going to do with all
cross,
those weapons?
point blank. Cross. Point
Such
blank.
ferocity! The champion is ruthless indeed!
My reign is absolute. I will not lose.
The tyrant altered his form. He looks even more tyrannical than before.
Know the folly of challenging me unenhanced.
Don't get embarrassed now. There's only two right answers for when these meteors are dropped. The other two are false flags. Is he going to destroy her, or is it a single target?
I will
Stand behind two sets of meteors, LOSing each other, and you're good.
What a display of power! He's unleashed the full might of the
Damn it, the healer is over on my side.
Oh, he split the rig in half. We're going to need urgent repairs.
Everyone's gear is so good. I'm so happy.
It's all over. Until next time.
Last time. Oh, the greens. Three-player comms. I'm just collecting them today. Tsukura Kyosuke. Okay. What the hell, 16? Seriously? Grow up.
The president must pay for his crimes. Give him what more, champion.
Shut the hell up.
power of the mythical Lingua? His arm is slithering out! Oh, that's disgusting!
Yeah, it's disgusting and it blows up. Ugh. No coil. Maybe.
Watch out! That is one cruel coil! Once again, they slip beyond their opponent's reach.
I don't even know why I walked that far. No need. We're all gonna need to spread, so. Splatter shit. Ugh.
His arms are snaking round the ring. What's he planning?
They took the worm. No jumping.
Oh no! The gore has latched onto the champion! Don't panic!
I went into the right side too. That was fortunate. Please don't stack on me. Over here, you guys are gonna get hit. Northwest. Only GCs.
The battle is decided! Victory goes to the champion! What the? Could the Lindworm's regeneration be out of control? The Lindworm's completely healed! What outrageous regenerative power! Regenerative capacity.
Nice. Alright, just got one more. Match 2. The Surfer Bros. And I think I'm gonna call it after that. I think a 5.5 hour stream's pretty decent, so. But just waiting for this one to pop. This is weird because typically everyone wants to do this one. So it's a little shocking that, there is a wait. Actually, I think I have to check. See if my guys came back from... their mission. Mission was a success. There we go. Oh my gosh, this is normal, man. You don't need countdowns.
This will be a tag team match of extreme proportions.
It's normal, they're not even challenging. It's not Savage. Where you have a enrage to
My word, such scorn for the challenger.
So your 2 minutes have to be on time. So everyone's first to line, so the maximum amount of damage can be done. But timers on normals is just wild to me. What are you guys doing?
The flames are spreading. At this rate, the challenger will be trapped.
I'll wipe you out. Hey, save some fun for me.
That sounds suggestive.
Deep Blue's lost his
Hey, save some fun for me.
If there ain't a wave to ride, just make one yourself.
Should be centered always. The first one. Wait, what the hell did y'all do? Why did you kill the picto?
Bet you've never seen anything this gnarly.
What are they doing? Are they just not moving? What is going on? Are you okay? What? You're deliberately making more work for players. I don't like that. Even though your outfit's cute, you can't do that. That's not acceptable.
Both brothers have entered the ring. Oh, that grounds for disqualification.
They don't fight alone either, so it's only fair. The extremes fight as one.
That only half got.
It seems the referee is allowing it. It's double trouble for the challenger.
Only half got Panheimer.
We're just getting started.
The ones that didn't were destroyed. They didn't die, but they lost a lot of hands.
Hey, check out this smooth teamwork.
Please just place it in the middle. I'm always linked to deal with all of these.
I've been saving this trick just for you.
Place yourselves, folks. The extremes are holding back.
they dodged this time.
I lie firm.
Awesome! I'm so happy. Put it in the right place. Okay, that was sloppy AF.
You're going down! If there ain't a wave to ride, just make one yourself.
Upsetty spaghetti. Right, he's in the break.
Bet you've never seen anything this gnarly.
Oh my goodness, what the heck? I die at the opportunity to have limit break because in the game for the longest time, like, it was forbidden for casters to use limit break. Forbidden, not allowed. And now they've closed the gap between I suppose melee DPS versus like ranged DPS limit break, so it's not so bad, but it's close enough for me. So if I see limit break 3 and no one's doing it, I'ma do it. Oh, she's cute. I'll give her a call. I don't know if she's new, or they are new. Alright, guys. Well, thanks so much for the follows, if I did get any. I don't think I reached 10. I think someone followed me and then like unfollowed me immediately because the Twitch like stream manager said you met your goal, and I'm trying to get affiliate. Obviously, I'm trying to get as many followers and then hopefully subscribers as I can, but sometimes things take time, so hopefully I can get some new ones. But I will see you guys probably tomorrow, and I hope you guys have a good night. Thanks for tuning in.